Good morning, everyone. So I realized at the end of the stream yesterday that during the period where I was dropping frames like crazy, that I had forgotten to turn on Last Islanti in Wrath of the Righteous. So I would have had to start over again. I thought about doing that off stream and just catching up to where I was with the same build. But then I was like, you know what? I want to get a win with Rogue Trader before the big balance patch that's happening later this year. So that I can play it before and win, and then play it after and win. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be an officer. They have not announced it, a date yet. It was supposed to come out with this DLC, but they pushed it back. So, anytime between now and probably the end of the year. This guy looks like an officer. Is there anybody with a Servo Skull Swarm that looks like an officer? And that is male. This looks like an arch-militant with a Servo Skull Swarm, which is very confusing to me. I just want my first full playthrough to be male. I'll do a female playthrough at some point. This guy looks officer enough. That is a wild mustache. Holy cow. I'm keeping it. Alright, I'm going Voidborn. I'm going to be using Be Smart to make it so I can use intelligence instead of fellowship for pretty much everything. It allows me to be kind of a skill monkey. It allows me to use intelligence for my talents and, skills. At least that's the plan. Over here, I'm going to go Noble. It's the only one that gives plus intelligence, and the background skills don't matter too much for me. The alternative is I go Arbitrator, so that I can pick up the ability to parry with a ranged weapon. But, whatever. It does smell of the warp. But I'll go Noble. pauses that are happening. My sinuses are really messed up today. Between the fact that it looks like it's gonna rain and the Canadian wildfire smoke drifting south, my sinuses have been unhappy this last week. I will take +5 to commerce, because I'm going to be commerce and lore imperium primary. And here, I will take minus to carouse. I could not care less about that, as Abelard will have that. Here we go, officer. I am boosting my intelligence. I am boosting my ballistic skill. And then I think I'll boost my agility as well. Like, I could go willpower, but I don't think anything I get grab cares about willpower. I know some of the officer talents are affected by willpower, but like none of the ones that I grab. Does willpower affect resolve? Resolve. How is your resolve determined? Like base? Can't find anything online. Alright, that's fine. Yes, I will be using Idira. She did not get me killed at any point in the last run, so... I even summoned a Bloodletter and it didn't kill me, so... I think it'll be fine. I was in fact muted, thank you. I keep having to blow my nose, so I keep muting. And then I just forgot to unmute. But yeah, I was saying it might be Fellowship. It doesn't really say. But even if it is, I want to be a skill monkey, so I'm going to go the intelligence route. It might not be optimal, but I will take it. Now if I lose a space battle, it's chat's fault. Not mine. Not that I've actually lost any space battles yet, but, you know, if I do. Alright. Let's see here. Ideally, today, I get through Rykad Philia, but that might be asking a lot.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor. To inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Rykad Philia, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias, at your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Duke Zen Eos Venria de Val af Calixis. You may call me Your Grace.
My deepest respects to you, Your Grace. A noble of the Imperium. It's been a long time since Providence last brought such eminent guests aboard this vessel.
Voidborn smiles faintly, but you are not sure if it's directed at you. Also, he sounded very pained saying that line.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out?
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencias are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Alright.
None shall stand in my way.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening?
Oh no, the servitors, they're attacking.
The servitors have gone berserk!
What do I do?
I'll see you terminated!
Hey, they actually hit. That's unusual. Alright, let's see here. I can't use this on myself, sadly. Alright, what if I head up here so that I'm actually in range? 90% sure they never attack you in this fight. It goes for the crew officers, and then it goes to Voidborn, who just dodges every attack.
Already done.
Yep. Man, it got 3 attacks? Impressive.
Not a problem for me.
It has 1 HP. Of course it does.
To the heretics.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Spread out, no one's allowed to enter the premises. Stations.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
It's about time.
Alright.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Listen in silence.
While you are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Approach.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion?
I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward.
Alright, I step forward.
Hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
The spirits could be, or well be, the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if there is, or that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in Xeno worship.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Edelthred.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Alright. Just standard tutorial stuff. Was it not you who sent for me?
You have seeded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lick-spittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
Alright.
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, are one of those with Fon Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
Oh, God. Sorry, I was sneezing there. I'm ready. It's all too sudden for me.
Perhaps. Yesterday you were just another servant of the Imperium, one of the faceless multitudes. Today, visitors in the Fon Valancius colors come to you without any explanation and escort you to a vessel that departs for the far-off Coronis expanse. But such is the nature of my position. My claim on you is sacred and non-negotiable. I require all those who possess even a drop of the Fon Valancius blood, no matter who they may be. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Rykad Philia served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
All right.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
We start the battle.
Don't touch me!
A tactically sound approach.
Go Abelard.
Strengthens me. For the glory of the Imperium.
That is the will of chaos!
Just a minor setback.
Death to the weak.
Alright, I'm gonna move here. I'm going
Suits
to
my purposes.
buff Theodora.
I don't have time for this.
Alright, apparently I cannot use voice of command on her.
I'll pass.
Sure. Am I able to use voice of command on Mort? No. Alright, I just can't use it on anybody here.
All too easy. Out of my way.
Abelard, no, hold.
Hand in hand. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Abelard softening them all up, but not actually killing any of them.
I bring ruin!
Alright, I'll just fire at somebody random from here. Wow, I actually landed.
My ears are ringing.
See my great work!
Abelard, please.
I took care of this one.
Stay vigilant. To the heretics!
Nothing I can't do.
Emperor, protect me.
My place is at the fore.
Follow my lead. To the glory of the Imperium!
Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest
Easy,
mistake.
27%.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright. Is it not this way? It's this way.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Alright. All of the tutorial dialogue.
What is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my Arch-Militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
If this is indeed a severe case of warp, we must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle decks. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Alright.
Thrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movement intelligence is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
Alright.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance. And if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
You'd better not fail me. The Lord Captain made it clear that relying you is fraught with risk.
I see you have quickly earned Lady Theodora's trust. If she is already sharing her closely guarded secrets with you. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by an unbearable, gut-wrenching pain.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Ah, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warrant Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
I'll help so long as you spare my life.
There's a good boy. Then go to the Sentinel at the gates of the Warrant Chamber and fulfill your destiny. I had hoped to feed Edelthrad to the machine. He is the one who caught Theodora's eye, after all. But since procuring him has proved difficult, you will have to do.
Alright. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Tech use. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. I'm just going through these real quick to make sure that there aren't any skill checks, because I was like one failed skill check away from level up when I fought Aurora last time, so I just want to... I place my hand in it. The sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Yes, I require assistance.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way.
Alright. We come in here, we look at the Warrant of Trade. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the Warrant of Trade and bestow upon them and their dynasty the great mission. Be the paragon of humanity unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns through pain. God, even reading that fast, I couldn't get through it all in time.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Faster! Restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon, I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relay is clicking, second after second passes, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Hey, leave me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Alright. Now, we wanted to look here. Resolve. It doesn't say... what resolve is based on. But it does look like it is possibly fellowship bonus, as that would be 3. Alright. Oh, either way.
Challenge for me.
Out we go.
Run, fools, or fall!
Master, whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this? What? Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Voidborn openly admitted to me that he is the mastermind behind this mutiny.
Saint's blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Alright. First things first. Abelard, you get this. Abelard, you get to heal me.
Let's patch you up.
Thank you. Now where were we?
And then I equip my armor. And a stub revolver.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
Alright.
The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
The Navigator's Sanctum, very well. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved.
On
Alright.
the chaos, you'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Death will find you soon enough!
The Masters demand your death!
Alright, Abelard. You can be here. I will be here. You serve me? And then we... Voice of command.
Nothing I can't do. Indeed.
Brace for impact. Walk up here. No. Walk over here.
Follow my lead.
Do a cleave.
Reduce to dust.
And then charge back at this one.
One fewer target.
There we go.
I serve the ruinous powers. Death to non-believers.
Well, that makes my life easier. I can't voice of command him again. That's fine. If I go here...
Let's see how they respond.
70%.
to this. Nothing of value has been lost.
We
It will
cleave.
be done. Reduce to dust.
Really? Parried?
Chaos guides me.
Thank you. And we have another.
Never waver
70%.
in the face of
Let's go.
adversity.
Or not. You know. We
Fewer targets.
cut at that one, and then we charge at
At
this
your
one.
beck and call. Reduce to dust.
That got us a level up. And it's time for ads. Ads will play for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. We can continue. We are leveling up. Level 2 is relatively chill, if I recall. Yep, I'm just taking Lore Imperium here. Abelard is taking Athletics as he does. It's next level that I get the good shit. Bring it down.
Victory awaits!
To the Navigator's Sanctum.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abela, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
Diviner are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor
All right.
Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
My only complaint with the early game is that there really isn't a lot for me to say.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the Enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must see if the Navigator is well.
No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a Navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
All right.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Idira, do me a solid.
Crave entertainment.
Hey, Idira,
Will do.
me a solid.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate...
Yes.
Look no further.
Should I divine our
Oh my
next
god.
step?
Freaking move. Are you just not going to?
Been trying to tell me something. Anything else?
There we go.
Come to chaos!
I will go there. Abelard, you can go there. Idira, you can be back here. If I move her here, can she... Yes.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Farewell.
Cool. Ah, that's fine.
On my way! Chaos guides me!
Suits my purpose.
Abelard, get buffed.
All too easy. Nothing I can't do.
Okay, well. Unfortunate.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
We brace for impact.
Victory is imminent.
We charge. And then we slap.
Cover me.
Hold on!
An exemplary strike.
Let's make it quick! Death to the weak! Your end is near!
Ow.
Already done.
At your beck and call. Welcome you a touch.
The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
I give Abelard a pointed look.
Master Vespider.
Your time is short.
You're in need of help. We have to get you out of that chair.
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Ah! It came from beyond. His body is not his.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream, mixed with the blood coming from out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Address Abelard. The navigator's still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Alright.
Vespider, good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Abelard, come here. Get rid of my injury.
Follow my lead.
I didn't loot these. Give me my loot. I will take the scrappy autogun. And I will use it over the stub revolver for the time being.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, we go to the officer's deck, where we meet Argenta. We actually get to use Argenta this playthrough.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this man!
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing, the weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
I am Zen von Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders serve... your orders serve the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Cool. Here, we get a well-maintained stub revolver, which is pretty nice. I can just go to cargo.
It's about time.
Alright, fine. Because I don't have one. Or something better. This is better than her Unfading Valor. Just because it can actually hit things. And hitting is better than not hitting. So... yeah. She will use that until she gets the las gun. That immediately goes into cargo, because it is possibly the worst gun in the game. Alright, Adira.
Crave entertainment.
Do your thing.
Enemies to face judgment. We are truly blessed this day. Let the blood flow.
Adira, you can go there. Argenta, you can be here. Abelard, I'll throw you here. I will be here.
Crush the feeble.
Alright. Argenta.
Not a problem for me.
I'll just take a pot shot here, why not? 44% with a chance to kill?
Suits my purposes.
I think that was the best shot that I had.
I am your doom.
Alright, Argenta. Come over here. Yeah, this'll do.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
I serve the ruinous powers.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
There we go. I will forewarn Abelard. And this one is the tankiest one here.
I will do my duty.
Brace for impact.
It will be done.
Here we are.
By faith.
Not a great line of fire, but we actually got some hits.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, so from here... Yeah, we'll just do this.
Farewell.
More show up. That is fine.
Was that you? Or...
Out of my way!
Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
I took care of this one.
And then we charge at this
At
one.
your beck and call.
Reduced to dust. Brace yourself, Abelard. I serve the ruinous powers.
Nothing
I shall
can't do.
buff Abelard. And then...
All too easy.
I'll move up here, take some shots. Wow, I actually landed one. Sometimes you just gotta take the shots.
None can escape the Emperor's
There we go.
judgment.
Then we run and gun back here. And attempt to...
I will bathe this battlefield in righteousness.
get a couple extra hits in. Which we did. Cool. Oh, I didn't even see that one there.
What is this foreboding?
That's fine. Idira will take care of him. Or not. Okay, well, no damage there. And she's out in the open. No big deal, probably. Really? Alright, that's fine. We buff Argenta again.
Rejoice in battle!
Yeah, we tried.
I am your doom. Why did I not foresee this? Will do. Be gone.
There we go. That fight was chill.
None shall stand in my way.
We need to investigate.
Sweet deal. %100 logic.
Done.
No, that's not what I... Oh. L. Why did that go to cargo? Newest. Thank you. %100 tech use.
I did fine. Excellence matters.
A 100% logic.
I rise to the occasion. I did fine.
Alright. You can have the shotgun now. That'll do.
I tire of idleness. Let's move. I won't tolerate weakness.
Duty prevails.
Awesome, we have level 3. I get Bring It Down, which is just absolutely sick. We get Endure. Suppose Weakness is okay. And Revel in Slaughter is always good. Right, I have to use this now.
A new challenge for me?
We're coming over here. An 88%.
Matters.
I'm surprised it was so low. Considering I have a 53 tech use right now.
It's about time.
I'm going to be going...
We should deal with this.
Iconoclast again. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valencius.
Are you lost, my heir? An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
How did you get here?
I am a rogue trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But, are you ready? I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat
to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
I will not leave my people in harm's way. You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful. Once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors, in your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but the bellowing fire.
Where did she go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn. To the same place.
Ballistic skill check.
Service.
Let's go.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak, without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Alright. There's loot over here that I want.
Victory awaits.
Is there any loot up here? Don't think so.
Would you look at that? The Whispers told me a secret.
Alright, here, I can wear these.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The Lord Captain's quarters. Schlup? Schlup? I didn't even recognize that I did that until you just said that. Oh, God. Yes, I did. That I did. It's okay, though, Because my character has this glorious mustache this time. This thing is impressive in more than one way. But yeah, so I don't know how long you've been here for, but I am a Voidborn noble officer. I'm going to be using Be Smart so that I use intelligence for all of my abilities and skill checks. I will be Skill Monkey, and I will be support. Alright, we loot this body. That can go on her for now.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Cool. How you doing today? Hope all's well. Theodora von Valencius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare?
So, my plan...
That rat. Voidsphere.
My plan is, once I get my T2s and reach, I think, level 17, and I have access to energy conservation, I think is what it's called, I will be an overseer, and I will have Cassia, who will always go first, give my character an extra turn, and then my character will give Idira and one other person at random an extra turn, which will make it so Idira can buff, and then I get some damage off as well. I think that's going to be the play. I doubt it. Voidveer wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora. Actually, I'm just going to say nothing.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Let's see. Examine the Archmilitant's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Examine Theodora's body. Healing closer to the body, the cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down closer for a look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. I succeed the Lore Imperium test, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter is addressed to Theodore von Valencia, signed it with the seal of one of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Inspect the shards. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent, rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Yadira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
My goal for today is going to be seeing if I can get through both Eurac V and Rykad Philia, but that might be pushing it a little. We shall see.
Tainted witchcraft.
Yadira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes. Now we'd best be on our way.
The crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I think I've also determined what my next
New challenge for me?
Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough will be. My companions will be...
All of you will bleed!
I've determined that my companions will be... Astarion, Shadowheart, and Gale, using the same builds I used for them on this last playthrough that I did. And my main character will be a Dirge, and it will probably be a Warlock Paladin of some sort. Actually, Abelard's going first. He doesn't need cover. I will take this cover. Argenta, you can take this cover. Yadira, you take this cover. I also went over the battle yesterday to see what I could have done differently, and I looked at my previous battle whatnot, and aside from just getting luckier rolls on initiative, I potentially could have moved Cassia to the right and positioned her lidless gaze to try and get more stuns off on people. And then I think I had a chance to move away so that I wasn't clustered with everybody as well. But, like, that still wouldn't have changed too much, I don't feel. Mostly it was just the initiative in that fight being way rougher than I remember.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
We charge up here.
Indeed.
You serve me.
Nothing
Voice
I
of
can't
command. Bring it
do.
down.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
There we are. Here.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
Alright, then we move here. Ooh. Here, maybe? There we are.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
And Adira. I will have you
Defend the future on the battlefield.
debuff the combat servitor.
Anything else? But of course,
Pain and duty go hand in
That's fine. Argenta, no!
It will be done.
We endure.
At your beck and
We
call.
charge. And then we
Victory
slap.
is imminent.
I come over here. And I voice of command
I shall not
Argenta.
fear.
And have her
Not a
bring it
problem
down.
for me.
I will not. I'll do it.
There we are.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And then we can move up here and fire again.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Suits my purposes.
And Argenta. You can move up here.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Reload.
Was it you? Or... On it.
Yeah, this is fine. Abelard. Endure. Run down here. Charge it.
My place is at the fore. Target well struck.
Slap it.
Already done.
Well, have Abelard go again.
I will do my duty.
Nothing I can't do.
I'll do it.
Will do. Be gone.
There we are. Alright. Here. I want... lasting impression. Now, here's a question. For this next level, when I come down here, am I able to take Be Smart? And then come back over here and take Intelligence? If not, I might have to respec. But for the final fight of this mission, or of the tutorial, we want lasting impression. So that voice of command still stays on. Or, like, half of voice of command still stays on them. Here, I will go thick skin. Over here. I think it's Uncanny Sight. Or maybe I go for something that... yeah, Uncanny Sight. And I'll go point blank with her. I do believe. Yes. Because armor pen and reduction of deflection. Very nice for shotgun. And with that, it is time for ads. They will run for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. We continue on. Honestly, this has been pretty chill so far.
None shall stand in my way.
Can't wait for the final fight to really fuck me up.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader.
The Lord Captain will not be joining us. Theodora von Valencius is dead. I found her in the Arch-Militant in her study.
God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Alright.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Kunrad Voidborn clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
I draw my weapon. Voidborn, you duplicitous cur. The rogue trader's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelthrad, don't!
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Edelthrad is a moron. He deserves a far worse fate.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Oh, cool. Neat. I'm going first. I will be here. Argenta, you can be here. Adira, you can be here. And Abelard, I will send you over here. I shall buff Argenta.
Not a problem for me.
We switch to this.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Good enough.
Absolutely not.
Alright, Argenta gets to move up.
Guided by faith.
I forget, is it able to attack here?
I'll do it.
If we, like, come down here...
Rejoice in battle.
Don't be able to attack. Thank you.
None you can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Adira... Forewarn Abelard. Take that one out. Analyze.
At your beck and call.
Brace for impact.
Indeed.
Endure. Charge.
A tactically sound approach.
And then slap.
Break them around. Weapon at the ready. Follow my lead.
And Abelard falls on his ass. Great.
My faith strengthens me.
Oh, thank you.
Such is the will of chaos.
I've suffered worse.
Okay, if I go here, I'm not able to... Shit. We'll come up there, we will buff Abelard. You know what, screw it. I'll give my extra turn to Adira. That is 1, 2, 3 tiles. It should not be able to hit.
What an unfortunate turn of fate. On it.
And we will debuff this.
Was that you? Or...
Argenta. Get a little closer.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Suits my purposes.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Okay, and then we reload. Adira. Come back here.
Cover me.
Further neuter it.
Anything else?
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead. Break their morale.
Stop it!
Ow. We got vomited on.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Weapon at the ready.
I'll live another day.
Alright. I will bring it down with Abelard. Endure.
Victory is imminent.
Slap.
Not a problem for me.
Yeah, we just keep shotgunning here.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Nice, I think I got some collision damage there. Yup. We like collision damage.
I'll do it. What is this foreboding? But of course.
6 to 14. 7 to 16.
At your beck and call.
Abelard, you endure. You come around this way.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
And then you slap.
Follow my lead.
Nice, we got some parries.
My faith strengthens me.
Curse you, miscreant! Already done.
We rebuff Argenta here.
Suits my purposes.
And then we fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
And Argenta just keeps chunking it.
Will do. Was that you? Or...
It will be done.
Endure.
At your beck and call.
It has very little armor now.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Abelard, you get buffed again. Argenta gets another turn. She does the most damage here.
I'll do it.
And then I fire. And miss, of course.
Faith without deed. You, my emperor.
Will do.
And here, I think we can
Anything
probably just get the kill. Yes. That was chill. Nice and chill. Had Ethelthred not been there, Conrad might have summoned something actually dangerous. Maybe. Maybe he sacrificed himself to become a plebeian chaos spawn. Instead of like a bloodletter or something. Alright, if I go here and grab Be Smart, and I come back here and... no, I cannot. Alright, so I will have to respec. Actually, screw that. I can just grab Ballistic Skill for now and then, grab Intelligence for the next one. Nepo Baby to the last. Yeah. But I will grab Be Smart here. Over here. Clenched Teeth. And Toughness. Adira. You. I can never remember what I'm supposed to take on her here. I know willpower doesn't really do much for her, so... Perception. And then... we can take Stabilizing Factor, I think it was. Yeah, I do like Stabilizing Factor. I'll take Stabilizing Factor, sure. And here we take Ballistic Skill. And Unpredictable. Do I take Unpredictable here? I really, really like Unpredictable, but it's not as good with a shotgun. A lot of times I'm not in cover. Maybe Rapid Reload? Yeah, I'll take Rapid Reload. Here, we take the Gloves of Endurance, we take the Mantle of Heroism, and we leave that there so that we get some Iconoclast in a little bit. Ira, you can wear those. I will wear that for the moment.
Follow my lead.
Rover, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor,
It's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to reestablish contact with the Navigator Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing. One of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
I am ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing, while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false, rogue traitor's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
I'm saving my people. Do your worst, but you cannot stop me.
Lead them, mortal. Guide them. Persuade them. Force them to walk your path. You will need followers, for destiny is preordained.
This violent vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirement's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Alright.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
No, I don't think I will.
Seneschal. The Navigator's Sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As
I'm the Lord Captain.
It is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession,
and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision. It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord! It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
And that is the prologue.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members.
People are asking for a mod to skip it? Wow. It doesn't even take that long if you skip through the dialogue.
For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
It took me 2.5 hours to do it, with going through most of the dialogue. I'm pretty sure if I didn't go through the dialogue, it would have been like closer to 1.5 hours, maybe. Which I guess is still a significant amount of time, but I don't know. It's not like Wrath of the Righteous's prologue, where you have to get through the entire shield maze. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. I think when Dark Heresy comes out, I might actually do some, like, YouTube guides and such for that one. I don't see much of a point in doing it for this one, because it's already covered so much by other people. Like, the hole is filled, but I'm a little late to the party. But I could do it for Dark Heresy. Heck, I could possibly do it for this game, depending on how big the balance patch is going to be later this year. If it really shakes things up. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they, in turn, will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidborn? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants on the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Zen von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Oda of the Ptolemy line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve, your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I'm responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I'm your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Rever, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man, with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum, Janris Danric, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Janris Danric. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving a complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priest's mechandrites. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our Choir Master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it's possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing. The Master-at-Arms, the Confessor Adalbert, and the Eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave of the chapel. And Mistress Sauerbeck, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voigtvir. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of the proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. Post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the Tech Priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the Governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drives Master, I will hear from you now. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Enginseer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate the... Nah, I see, thank you. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less. But with our Enginseer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a novice nobility station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. I've located a navigator. In the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we could go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium and supplies last, and if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you've get yourself? I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. But I've heard of you. Oh yes, your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight. Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight if that is the Lord Captain's will. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Enginseer Prime and Navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. Thank you for... what can you tell me about the system we currently find ourselves in? Accede to the Voxmaster on this point, Mistress Telemann. We're in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The novice nobility station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in this system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and at new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet in the Navis Nobility Station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of utmost importance. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. He was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed by XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs van Calix, an interrogator, if you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobility or the Governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencia's protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Adira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. He insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Adira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. If there's nothing... Adira, come to your senses. Damn it. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak, or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it is daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Tlass? No, not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I cannot make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. The High Factotum. Lord Captain, if I may steal just one more moment of your time, the matter is rather delicate as it concerns trophies that were left after the battles on the ship. One trophy in particular, I should say. I retrieved a blade fragment from one of the bodies on the bridge. A curious article. I saw the need to keep it safe in case it should interest you. You should keep it for now. As soon as we locate this acolyte of the Inquisition, we will hand the blade over to him. Of course, your lordship. Alright. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. I'm not going to read through all of this right now. I've read through it before in my other playthroughs. It's just going to shred my throat. But I will do the fellowship test. And then I'm going to go through here and make sure that there aren't any other checks. You're Voidborn, are you not? See, I'm gonna read this one because I am a Voidborn this time. That I am, born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of the Chartist vessel, studied the family, trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by Lowerhold scum. Oh, he doesn't have anything special to say this time about me being a Voidborn? Yeah, nope, okay. Oh, maybe it's this option. Tell me about the Voidborn. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation. I ain't the talking type. Alright, he just says the same stuff. Alright. Yeah, we're just going through all of that. We come up here to the high factotum. Cool. That'll do. Tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. I will go through the companion dialogue since they're voiced. Adira, about your abilities?
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
Never finished your story about your first time crossing through the warp?
It wasn't It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
How did you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valances paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. And as I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then, Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered their guards, also I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valances dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this? Whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amisec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Alright, can we talk about something else?
Sure thing.
Alright, it is time for ads. They're going to play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we can continue. Did you know Theodora von Valencius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well, not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong, only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Alright. That's all the relevant stuff from her.
Always at your service, whenever you need me.
I don't think I talked with Jocasta. Oh, nice. I did get experience out of this. Maybe that's where I was missing experience from last time. Alright.
Lord Captain.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Cronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Cronus Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Cronus Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Cronus Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Cronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Cronus Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Alright.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Cronus Expanse.
Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voidborn. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valatsius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Tell me about yourself. What were you before, what were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, a used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service.
Morning, Wolf Fuzzies.
And join the rogue traders' personal council.
How's the cord spaghetti going?
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Untangled? Very nice. Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the Naval Command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue.
Alright.
The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
So this is also experience that I may have lost out on last time. Do you have family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Let's see. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Lord Captain.
And let's go do Argenta's quest here.
Rogue trader.
You said you have a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Alright, make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech.
As you wish, rogue trader. Thank you for granting my request.
I've had a sneeze lurking for like the last 20 minutes, and it does not want to come out. This is suffering. A group of adolescents, clearly dressed in their finest, freshly pressed clothes, forms a straight line before you. Some stare at you with wide eyes, like you're some mythical creature, while others huddle together in fear and look away. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scala progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instructions. Argent is standing up to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, and the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Meet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. You notice the Infernus Master, Heinrich Montag, standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. All the small speakers are the same size, so you have to figure out which ones go and... Gotcha. I grandly address the group? What? Mouth, what are you doing? I don't wanna become aggressive with the children. Not currently. I saved that for my multiplayer Baldur's Gate 3 with Alanim. Because I don't have a choice in that. Alanim just does it anyway. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valancius banners and those of the Imperium. I'm proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches?" Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the chaperones. Let's see. Address the group. If you have anything to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. Doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth. For the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader? His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. Hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. It's all one system? Heh. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Alright. That is taken care of.
Greetings.
Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words. More often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters of battle, or are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of faults and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you here to the Cronus Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Cronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers?
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the Von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
Alright. Don't have any more questions. Thank
As you
you.
wish.
Thank you for this conversation. Until next time. Sweet deal. And now there's a few small things I can do here. Specifically, if I go to the Astropathic Chapel, I think. Is it the Astropathic Chapel? No, it's not. I don't want to be here. Well, I do, because I like the music, but this isn't where I wanted to be. We go to the shrine. Lanky Initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face, his fish-like round eyes peering into the screen. Grant me understanding, Master. Grant me wisdom. Your Lordship, how can I be of service? Who are you, and what did you do, what do you do here? I'm Clotis, Junior Cleric. I sort recordings from the Shrine Confessional to pass on to higher-ranking clergy. Tell me more about this confessional. Our parishioners come here to repent, to share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The sacred machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition. Is there a way to find out who made the made which confession? There is not. That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions might as well have been carbon copies of each other. Everyone is impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot, but as soon as this machine spirit started keeping the name secret, the parishioners opened up. Good thinking making it anonymous. Keep up the fine work. I will endeavor to do so, Your Lordship. It appears you're having difficulties. Nothing escapes Your Lordship's notice. As it so happens, I'm struggling to categorize 3 rather peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which may make this a matter of the highest order, one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent or heresy poisoning the minds of some of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I've heard. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but Your Lordship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. What makes you think these confession... let me hear them. I just go through them real quick. I am curious to know who left these confessions. I will seek them out. Alright. I go back to the bridge. Have you made a confession lately? Why, the orphans on the ship have already been provided with bare essentials, have they not? Factotum fidgets nervously with the rings on his fingers until he musters the courage to reply. I will not pry into how Your Lordship found out about my confession. I suppose it raised some questions for you. You have a good heart, it seems. I'm surprised. As am I, to tell the truth. Sensitivity is a vice in one responsible for ensuring the dynasty's prosperity. However, I cannot help it, which is why I unburdened my soul in confession. I am willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions, Your Lordship? Educate them so they may grow up to be of greater use to the ship. Assign teachers, supply books, and commend the best students with gifts. The factotum bows his head in deference. A wise decision, Your Lordship. 2 serfs with 1 shot. That is to say, it is good to know that the children will both learn and be rewarded for their diligence. Then we come down here to the Vox Master. The Lop-Eared Kleppas, the Confession. I assume you heard my confessional message. You wish to talk about it. Your confession perplexed the Initiate. Find a way to delete it, and we shall forget about it. Will do, Lord Captain. Hold up. Okay. Then we go to the Astropathic Choir to talk with Zachary Weiss. Anything for an excuse to be in this area. I truly do enjoy this music.
Victory awaits!
They're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
R.I.P. this guy. The last beacon cannot be saved from the 13th storm. The lapsed father's beloved son will open his yawning maw. Oblivion is inevitable. After the boundless sunset comes the horrific sunrise, brought forth into a wailing world from the womb of... dead.
It's about time.
93% on logic. I will come back for those a little later. Lord Captain. Choirmaster Zachary Weiss is a tall old man in a long green robe, stands motionless in front of a cogitator. The closer you approach, the clearer you can tell his continuous, unintelligible whisper. Sorry, you can hear his continuous, unintelligible whisper. You're about to call his name when he falls silent sharply and turns toward you first. A visit from the Rogue Trader is an honor for us. Like other astropaths at the chapel, the choirmaster's eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly, glowing gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, your lordship? I passed a Lore Imperium test. Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs every astropath of the gift of sight, but in return they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. Have you made a confession lately? The choirmaster replies, slightly perplexed. I beg your lordship's pardon. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living? How odd. Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was anguish in that confession. I wanted to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time, for which I apologize. I'm thankful for your consideration. He smiles a bittersweet smile. Death always keeps close to the astropaths, and its punishments for arrogance and weakness are severe. I have seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear head, or a clear and firm state of mind. I've witnessed the death of one of your astropaths. What happened? May the God Emperor rest his soul and protect him from the ruinous powers, tenacious claws, That was the 5th one this month. Our younger voices cannot handle the warp storms raging in the expanse and end up losing their minds, if they are lucky. Something is afoot on the other side of the maw, Lord Captain. Something infinitely sinister, something disastrous. The scraps of mental images that reach us from the Imperium carry the mark of doom. The images emanating from there are like a beast baring its teeth. You have heard accounts of disturbances in the warp affecting psychers, especially astropaths, who delve most deeply into the Imperium, but there have been more and more alarming stories of late. Something is raging in the warp, something that poses a particular threat to those with psychic powers. Alright. You must tend to your choir. I shall have good food, recaf, and relaxing balms delivered. I appreciate your concern. Perhaps these small indulgences will give them strength and save someone's life. Remind me who you are. I'm just gonna go through these ones quickly. See, make sure I don't lose out on or miss out on any XP. Alright. We leave the chapel and lose out on Voices Imperium soundtrack. Actually, there's one more thing I can do. Let's go solve a puzzle. The Emperor protects your lordship. How may I be of service? What is this relic next to you? The initiate looks over at the sarcophagus. The skeleton within it is clutching an orb made of many tightly fitted hoops covered in glyphs. Mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Aleynikov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. Open the reliquary. I'm going to try to solve the mystery of the orb. Form the question in the orb first quarter after after the initiate opens the lock and hands me the orb. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It'll only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own question. So we form the first question. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. The throne. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared, for without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Blood. Another soft click comes from inside the orb. I am poison, I am perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish, rejected by the Emperor. Weakness. With a click, the hoop settles into place. Form the question in the orb's remaining quarter. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. Purity, I think. Yes. How strange and exciting it is to hold the holy object that has lain hidden from the eye for so many years. Truly, it is a great day upon which the rogue trader himself has revealed the legacy of great missionaries to us all.
None shall stand in my way.
Here, I thought that might get me a level. We scan this for 50 XP. Lord Captain, Astropathic Choir Master Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Interim in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Interim tumult, something is screaming. The scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rykad system's astropathic station. What is the nature of this scream? We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Interim to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fused to... Hey, I finally sneezed. You know, like an hour after it started. Feeling like I needed to sneeze. Oh, ow. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling, before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Imperium. The Empyrean, and it fills me with terror. If the screams stop, will we be able to contact someone? I humbly hope so, your lordship. Perhaps we will manage to send a call for aid to the Von Valencius worlds, or one of the dynasty's allies. We're going to pay a visit to the station. Thank you, your lordship. The Vox crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Raver addresses you. What do we have here, Lord Captain? It is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up there, in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us? Do not require assistance. Repeat, do not require assistance. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects? Lord Captain, I'm told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rykad Philia colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Let's establish connection. Communication. Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. The connection is established. Unknown vessel. We are receiving you. Identify yourself. I repeat, identify yourself. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell. Tell him. We are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. Merchant vessel? Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? Why? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. Our vessel's badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, we're a peaceful merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid, they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. You manage to make out little from all this noise. We're just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue, and opened fire. Miracle we could get away, Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks, are left without our help. We never got to them. Stop playing games and explain again what your business is here, and this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? It's too late now? You copy? We are from the Fellowship of the Void. We did not come here to loot. We are on different business, to help our own out of jail. Do not hurt, please. We already had our Chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of goods. In case you're unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Cronus Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics, solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The honeyed words of the high factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Thunderfang, prepare for commercial exchange. We grab their everything that we can. And here, I don't have enough of anything to give them yet. Alright, that's fine. Here, Abelard can wear the heavy leather. That gets added to cargo. You get to wear the camouflage robe. Actually, I will wear the camouflage robe. Because I'm not here to deal damage, I'm here to debuff the enemy and buff our allies. So that'll work. Mantle of Heroism. And go on Abelard for the time being. Alright. The Flamer can go to cargo. The Auto Pistol can also go to cargo. Yeah, that'll do. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Eurac V being off limits to the visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it's the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobility House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply, even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the Augur crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means that the station has not been abandoned. So, the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orcelio. Mortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orcelio, I command you to execute these infidels. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of the navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. I answer in High Gothic. I'm Rogue Trader Abelard, if you'd be so kind. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Zen von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Cronus Expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you do not arrive to offer support to the traders. That is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Eurac V is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Provide me with a navigator, and I will immediately depart the station. I do not think that is possible. Eurac V is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, You have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. I'm looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Heinrich von Calix. You know anything about his present location? Lord Inquisitor's interrogator? I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. What is going on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the nobility. And don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, second keeper of Eurac V and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum, I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Bellic falls silent for a few moments, and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia, and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her, or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. And it is time for ads. They will play for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour, and I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. We continue on. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. It's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said that the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are afraid of displeasing the novice nobility or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. Guess that makes sense. So what have you decided? It will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The whispers told me how.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear throughout its body.
Hey, we got a level up.
Who are you? Why are you crying?
Sure, I'll take decisive response here. And I will take intelligence. Abelard. You, I shall take Taunting Scream on. And you get more athletics. Adira. You... What was I taking? Probably, yeah. Weak body, weak soul. And then we go more into perception. Argenta. Or ballistic skill. And I will take concentrated fire for the time being. Because we are using a shotgun at the moment.
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon spell their wicked misery.
Do you see that?
Okay, there's a trap here.
The Emperor favors me today.
Would you look at that?
Another trap here.
Duty prevails.
Stand firm. We must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Purge them.
Okay, Argenta's going first. I will throw her here. Abelard is going second. I can throw him here. I'll chill behind heavy cover. Same with Adira. Alright, Argenta, come on over here. And then... Oh, why is that on her? That was supposed to be on me. Whatever.
Guided by faith.
I will fix that. And we fire at these three.
Strike is a prayer. %. I will keep her here, I think. I'll do it.
We did get the hit. It did not kill, though.
As the Emperor commands.
Be furious recital. Abelard.
I will do my duty.
Brace for impact.
It will be done.
Endure. Charge.
Indeed. I've suffered worse.
And then Taunting Scream.
Victory is imminent.
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead.
Cleanses the body.
Break their morale. Weapon at the ready.
Alright, Adira. You come over here. And blow them up.
On the battlefield. Be gone.
Give precognition to Abelard. Sorry, forewarning. Okay, and then here I will buff Argenta.
All too easy.
47%.
I'll do it. Can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we are. %. Let's go. Dang. Argenta might take some hits here. Nope. Yeah, okay.
Fate shields me. rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Just get in there, Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak. I will bathe this battlefield in
We come over
righteous
here, reload, and cannot make it to any of those. That's fine.
It will
Endure.
I will do my duty.
Taunting Scream. Or Taunting Shout or whatever. Yeah, it's Scream. Okay.
Follow my lead. My faith strengthens me.
I must not falter.
Argenta, no! Oh, you dodged.
Stay vigilant.
Okay, we come up here, we analyze this person. And we Psychic Shriek. 1 HP. Really, game? Really? Alright, that's fine. We forewarn Argenta. I will buff Abelard.
That's a problem for me.
And then give Argenta another turn here. She can't really do anything here. But she can Missionary Oath.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Which allows me to make some pot shots. But I'm out of AP. That's fine. Ow. Alright, we come here, we concentrated fire.
Be the fire in my heart.
And then we shoot.
I'll do it.
High momentum.
At your beck and call.
We endure. We charge. Actually, we just walk up to him.
Indeed.
We slap. We taunting scream.
Victory is imminent.
We use our
We'll rule the
ultimate.
stars themselves.
And then we slap repeatedly.
An exemplary strike. One fewer target.
And we can come down here.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
There we go.
It's about time.
Argenta is a little damaged. That is fine. I don't actually need these. I don't think. I'll hold on to one. What is she wearing right now? Yeah, what she's wearing is better. Ooh, a las gun. Finally. Actually, I've had a couple las guns. Oops. You can have a las gun in your off. Head to cargo. I can have a las gun in my off. And you can have a las gun in your off. There we are.
Follow my lead.
Now we're gonna head back to the ship real quick so that we can heal up the injury on Argenta without having to waste a medkit.
Nothing matters more.
And from the ship, we immediately just go right back in. Just a fast heal and back in.
A new challenge for me?
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
A 70% Medicae, huh? Oh, how I want to try that. Ripper auto pistol. Huh. That one's kind of neat. Do I like it more than what I'm using, though? Nah, because I could just single shot with the one I have. Alright, maybe I'll get lucky here.
Stars. What in the world?
Of course I don't.
What is that?
We disarm the trap.
Never doubt me.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
In his service, will they find strength and fortitude? Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
An expected result.
Good job, Abelard. You're failing far less this run. Alright, so persuasion. I think I'm okay on persuasion for the moment. I will want to remember that that's there eventually. This sword just does more damage.
Victory awaits!
83% tech use.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I knew there was a trap there, which is why I was being careful. But I think you have to find it from that side and then disarm from this side.
I better myself through my service.
Did you hear the screams? Move. Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. know you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me, they whispered, hey, who are you? Thankfully had Star Trooper aim. I know nothing about the Expanse. How you doing, Cultural? Hope all's well. I appreciate all the lurks you always give. But I know literally nothing about the Expanse. And I know it's not going to be a CRPG as well. And yet, I still find myself slightly interested. From what little I know of it, I think it's going to be similar to a Mass Effect style game. Yeah. Yep. Major Mass Effect vibes, yep. Now, I haven't played much Mass Effect. Back in the day, I played, like, I don't know, 16 hours of Mass Effect 1, maybe, which really isn't much. And then, like, 8 hours of Mass Effect 2, and that was about the extent of it. I really want to go back and play them again, but I don't know. That said,
compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I love Owlcat games. So far, or Owlcat's games so far. So I can only imagine it's going to be good. But personally, I am looking forward to Dark Heresy more. You just love how Owlcat handles RPG elements? Yeah. Oh, dude. Once you get your PC, you're gonna be so happy with Owlcat's stuff. Dark Heresy is going to be the next CRPG that they produce. It's set in Warhammer 40k's universe, just like this game is, but it is not a sequel. It is an adjacent game. And from what I've heard, it'll have vastly different balance.
It's about time.
Out of, have you played any of the Owlcat games so far, or have you just watched them? Or watched parts of them? Awaken the Cogitator's spirit. Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony and still refusing to perish. Awaken the Cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator systems. Request data on the station's navigators. It says which ones are alive and which ones are dead. It says the child is in the upper chambers. She has rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, and stress is exceeding the permissible limit. I streamed Kingmaker way back in the day when it first launched. And boy, was that a buggy mess. But everything they've produced since has just been so much better. Yeah, Pathfinder Kingmaker. But if you haven't actually played any of their games yet, the ones I would recommend are the two newest ones, the Wrath of the Righteous Pathfinder and Rogue Trader. And then, of course, Dark Heresy when it comes out. And you said you're already planning on getting The Expanse, so, you know, that one as well, clearly. I would not recommend Kingmaker for the sole reason that it is entirely possible to brick your save in the last zone of the game. From everything I've heard, the House Beyond the End of Time, or whatever, is like the worst zone in any RPG ever, from everything I've heard. Yep. You can just make it incompletable. And if you don't have saves from, like, beforehand, like, if you're somebody who doesn't keep, like, 1 billion saves, then, you're just bricked. And on top of that, Owlcat themselves lost access to the game before Wrath of the Righteous was released, because they went independent before Wrath of the Righteous, and the publisher got to hold the rights of the game. So Owlcat, while they wish they could go back and fix a bunch of the bugs in Kingmaker, they can't. And the publisher won't do anything. The former publisher won't go and fix the bugs. So it's still like a buggy mess. It's a great story, and the game is fun for what it is, from what I hear. But it's not worth the headache. Examine the log. We're just gonna go through these. Call Rykad Minoris for help. The signal's not going out, or we're not getting a reply, one of the two. Open all doors on the level. But Wrath of the Righteous is easily one of my favorite games. And it is something I plan on streaming at some point. By the way, Cultural, I don't know if you know, but I do have a YouTube now, where I post all of my VODs, since Twitch has set a limit to 100 hours of VOD. The YouTube is linked down below. You should be subbed? Sweet. But yeah, I've been posting a lot of stuff there. I don't know if you watch any of it or whatnot. I just wanted to let you know, since you do seem to enjoy my content, which I appreciate.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Also, I'm starting to read stuff less and less, because playing this game a ton and reading everything repeatedly is kind of taking a toll on my throat.
Follow my lead. Done.
Alright, we come down here, we go to the transducer, we throw this in there.
I noticed something.
And we get the dust that it made. And then we go to the transducer again and stick the rock in. And then we pull that out. And I'm just going to quickly look this up again. I have it mostly memorized, I think. But I don't know if it's single try or if, like, if you fuck up, if you miss out on the XP. So, I shall go to Eurac V puzzle. Okay, we go flesh sample. This one. H40KO. No. It's this one. Catalyst. Acid. Oh. Oh, I was reading the wrong thing. That explains some things, why it felt weird to me. Alright. Mutated flash. That one. This is the biogel and the crystal dust. You activate the device.
Something of interest.
And then here we go the flesh sample. I do believe this one. No, it is this one. Okay. And then acid, and then the adamantine dust. Or not? Oh, that was... I didn't have the adamantine dust. What? How did I not get the adamantine?
A new challenge for me?
Oh. Oh, fuck me. Oops. Missed out on 21 XP. And before I'm 21 XP shy of leveling up again. Before the act boss. Oops. Oopsies.
Nothing's impossible.
Thankfully, that's not going to be the difference of a level here for this fight.
I claim to the stars.
Am I having a stroke right now?
Nothing matters more.
I appear to be struggling. Remake the control rod, please. Thank you.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I want to check something here. I'm a little curious. Ah, it doesn't say what difficulty I have it on. Oh well, whatever. I'm like 99% sure I have it on unfair. I'm just a little paranoid after yesterday when I forgot to turn Last Islanti mode on for Wrath of the Righteous when I did a little bit of that. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. The crossroads, there are 2 paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Thank you, everything is clear now. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station. Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something you should have, that should have been left alone? The child is what the station servants call Lady Cassia. To the commoners' dirty mouths, must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that you were the traitors. That's why they are insane? Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? Servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Do you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems, too many things, required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. I'm sure you're aware there were 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man, obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power. And also, the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Eurac V and our noble line. I listened to the recording of a private conversation between station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and couldn't have initiated the self-destruct protocol, which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or you dare suspect me of what happened? The one who's going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left by the God Emperor. You will keep those slanderous accusations to yourself. Enough lies, Felix. I'm certain that you are the one behind this coup. Suppose it's time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone, and her monster, the accursed child who tormented the navigators of House Orselio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house. I cannot let that happen. What are you babbling about? I know nothing of this Tisiphone, or monsters of any kind. You do not? In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception and my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of Von Valentius heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orselio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Tisiphone that is terrifying. She's a monster whose powers drive servants insane in mere turns. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Orselio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. Seems like another lie. Tell me, do you ever speak the truth? Pity. I was hoping to find an ally in you, but now you are merely delaying the sorrowful end of your story. Prepare to die.
Heed your cries of mercy.
Stand your ground.
Oh god, why do they all go first? I hate this shit. Argenta, you can come... Oh. He is there. Yadira, you can come here. And we hope for the best.
Follow my lead.
Mocking me.
Alright, Yadira. I'm gonna need you to forewarn Abelard. And then I'm going to need you to... Ooh. They're a little thick on this station, aren't they?
On it.
That's fine. I can still bop them a bit.
Anything else? Follow my lead.
Brace yourself.
Alright, Argenta, you are getting buffed.
Already done. All too easy.
And you're getting an extra turn. Enjoy. Only 19%, huh?
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Alright, and then here... I can las gun.
Not a problem for me.
Break them around.
Alright. Argenta, you can come up here. And then concentrated fire.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
I missed the 95 and hit the 19. Okay.
Weapon at the ready.
Alright, Abelard. I need you to brace for impact, endure. And then I want you to charge this one. And Taunting Scream. Ow.
But of course. Will do. Anything else?
Alright, over here. I will come up here. I will buff Abelard. And then I shall give Argenta yet another turn.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
%, 45%. Well, if I somehow manage to crit. I didn't. That's fine.
Follow my lead.
You'll regret this.
Ow.
Doubt is for the weak dedicated.
My faith.
Grey hair, sure hair.
Alright, Abelard. Come up here. Endure. And then you charge the one up here. Yes, just keep shooting at Abelard. I'm sure it'll work out for you.
Was it you? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
And then we can forewarn Argenta.
Not a problem for me.
Buff Idira. Give Abelard another turn this time.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Follow my lead.
Reduced to dust.
Alright, there isn't much left of the enemy here. Felic Orcelio and Felic's bodyguard, both over there. We switch over to the long lass.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Abelard. Are you able to charge him? Yes.
A tactically sound approach.
So you come up here. Endure.
Indeed.
Charge.
Target well struck.
Slap.
One fewer target.
Daring Breach. And then you come down here to Felic Orcelio.
An exemplary strike. I will do
And
my
you just
duty.
keep cleaving away at him.
At your beck and call. Grey hair, sure hand. An exemplary strike.
Oh no, 7 damage.
prayer.
Cool. Deadshot stub revolver, which is just better than the well-maintained stub revolver that I have, I think. Has a rate of fire of 1 instead of, so I can't pistol burst with it. That's fine. I never pistol burst with it anyway, really. So, yeah, if I'm gonna burst, it's gonna be with the las gun at this point. I don't need a second staff of House Orcelio. Okay, is this las gun better? Oh, that's a las gun, not a long las. Is it better than what I'm using? Slightly higher damage, no armor pen. I think at this point in the game, I do think that's better. Oh, I don't have enough strength to use the Deadshot stub revolver. That's funny. Alright, in that case, that just goes to cargo. 5% chance to hit, 3% increased crit chance. That can go on Argenta. And I think that's all for here. When I leave, it should give me the option to just collect everything here. Yep, just a bunch of shotguns. Take an extra shotgun. Here, we're just leaving to heal. And then we hop back on. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. I am enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee. From this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy? Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? I'm Zen von Valencius. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pardon my manners, Zen. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Alright. It is time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads have finished. And we continue on. The heavyset old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. Child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserved. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly, sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move, and I will bring the wrath of House Orcelio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain, this one's so deranged it's making the Whisper shriek like crazy. You might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. I go commerce here. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service, so who are you? Abelard, introduce us. His lordship, rogue trader Zen von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greeting. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not, so far, drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so, House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today, you decide. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Orselio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. I believe I've made my decision. Cassia shall come with me. Good, that is good. But do allow us to say our proper farewells.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronis Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ear.
No, not you too. Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze. You're coming with me. Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you, your palms sweat, and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Eurac V, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
I'm gonna try saying nothing here. I usually say one, but I'm gonna say nothing here.
What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Zen von Valencius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Eurac V is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
You can all who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Alright.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
You get perception. Like 90% sure she goes perception first every time, right? Oh no, we go willpower. Okay. Mastery of time. And then here. We go mind over matter. Into further willpower.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Just make sure there's nothing hidden around here that I want to take with me. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first, your heart starts beating furiously, your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis and then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Eurac V long before we ever met. It truly is Yuzen, the person the whole Expanse and Calixtus sector are talking about. And now, a rogue trader is as well. After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, Uwe, who has served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Interim, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. After that, I use the House Orcelio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her right hand, as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. You can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in fiery dance, the storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Cassia, are you alright in there? Soul-shredding screams drown the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two. My sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clinking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, Eurac V. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the novice nobility bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. We loot everything. Profit factor is far more valuable than scrap containers. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engineer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Kalix, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not at Eurac V, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you, Victus? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain, if you are interested. This week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of Store Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. That was my first time ever choosing that option. I just wanted to see what it did. Thank you, Victus. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Listen in silence.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Navigators identify so strongly with their house, it must be difficult for you to not be able to lean on your elders, but you have my word that I will look after you.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
So you've never lived anywhere other than Eurac V?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty.
Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have any friends? Someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside House Orcelia.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Eurac V.
Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The
You're beautiful,
Navigator
Cassia.
gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
You are beautiful. Do not let anyone convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Alronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about House Orcelio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is the Orcelio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orcelio was simply a skilled navigator.
I take it House Orcelio has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orcelio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felic committed his sabotage, so then you must be the Novator's successor.
So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
Let us talk about us, shall we?
Right here? Are you sure?
Let's discuss other things.
Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns.
This is where I must beg my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Alright, I'm really close to a level. Let's see if I can't find the XP for it here real quick. Nice. I need 69 XP. 70% commerce, even with a 70? Alright, well, here's...
I did fine.
Cool.
Follow my lead!
75% Lore Imperium, please.
Excellence matters.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go through stuff quickly with him. I chose an iconoclast option saying that I want all decks to be able to partake in using this cathedral or shrine. I fucked something up. Oops. Oh well.
victory awaits.
Let's see. I'll go to the Astropathic Chapel.
I'll lay claim to the stars. I rise to the occasion. Done.
There we go, got our level. Here, we take Air of Authority. And then, what did I take? This was a common talent that I had just kind of blank. I could do You Go On. It'll give whoever I make my servant have 2 extra movement points each turn. You Do Something could also be good. Anything here that's worth? Contagious Luck? That could be good. Yeah, let's Contagious Luck. Over here, we grab more toughness. And I want to say it is Ready to Serve. No, sorry, not that. Doing my part. That's the one I was thinking of. Let me double check my notes though. Right. Can't forget Dueling Mastery. I thought I'd already taken that already. My bad. Glad I double-checked my notes. 15% bonus to parry is very nice. Taking Biomancy here. And Then I shall go lore warp. Argenta, you get agility now. And stronger together? Yeah, I'm okay with that, I think. What did she take for that? Ballistic skill. What did she take for that? Doesn't say. Did she go agility? Yeah, humanity's finest. That'll do. And then here... Waking Nightmare. And Ebb and Flow. Right. Yeah, I think Ebb and Flow. No, I can just use Pass Unscathed. That'll work.
It's about
Take
time.
Ebb and Flow later. Now, if I remember correctly, I'm going to have, like, 3 ship events happen on the way to this planet. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The lead navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Eurac V, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
The events that took place on Eurac V must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orcelio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Your only attendant is your valet from Eurac V. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I hope that you have had ample time to... No. Pointed the book in Cassia's hands. I see you were fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Eurac V had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover of her thin, clawed hand. With her thin, clawed hand. Her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. And I'm forced to say, I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
We continue.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
I am beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Eurac V. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one that has captivated me since I first set eyes on her. I said this once already. For some reason, there's a lot of repeating dialogue with her.
Words like that, Lord Captain.
Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Just gonna make sure there's nothing here for me to loot. Alright. We come over here. Cost. Heretic trophies. Alright, I'm not going to be able to get any of this until after the next area. That is fine. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. It's pandemonium outside the gate, bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wersarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman, standing before Abelard, strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you've already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrila Vent, requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought drastic times called for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Bent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sarbeck, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wersarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Bent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She's clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she's finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard and then you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years... Pardon me. But even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell their unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Where does Seneschal Wersarian come into all of this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There's an established order to the way things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, Not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valentius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Worsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink. Now there is strike on the lower deck, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Master-at-Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sorbeck bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Worsarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Sorbeck, I see that you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Sorbeck, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Worsarian's experience and insight that the Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mr. Sorbeck, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard the ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. And it's time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. The ads are finished, and I continue on. Abelard, what do you have to say to all of this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins. I will go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. I'm certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident. A lower deck person's gonna come over here and throw goop at Abelard. Yep. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Let's keep moving.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sarabek, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and now reached a boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order. Now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears, Abelard mutters in a crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent, Sarabek, looming over her, or both. Your Lordship? I want to speak with the strikers. But Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole bays for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer, and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidship and has no fellow feeling towards us. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The prosecution started apropos of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said that they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. How could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around? Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody ever tread these decks in boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of the amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there? Or the scavenger who brought evil down upon himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedoers. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old Nan. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day is out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies, and we'll talk to them. One lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen, the Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, Old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made up our minds. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me? Is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. And it's decided the persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your Lordship, thank you. We have not abandoned, or you have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, Your Lordship, we'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Alright. Hello?
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, that valve doesn't do anything apparently.
Over there.
Manometer, tech use 98%.
I did fine.
The gauge shows that the steam pressure in this pipe is close to the maximum. However, it does not reach the bars at the other end.
A new challenge for me.
And I just need to figure out the correct combination for the valves again. Alright, I think that should be good. Yes.
I rise to the occasion. Follow my lead.
Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment." Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble, you believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencius Protectorate? Do not speak to your Lord Captain in that tone. I am obliged to speak thus. Who else can point out your errors and offer you counsel? Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord Captain, Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower deck? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal, and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. You're right, at least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valencius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life, and I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left everything behind I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then, suddenly, everything that had been built over the years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all, the rogue traitor was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and rogue trader. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Yes, Lord Captain. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to go to the Lord Captain's quarters and pick up my Twitch drops. I don't think I use any of them. But I still want to have them. Ah, yeah, no, the composite gloves are pretty nice. For once I get a shield. Scanning. Oh, I have a level up. Hold up. Alright, what did I choose here? Air of Authority immediately grants momentum to the target equal to the target's resolve. Yes. We want that. And then... I went Lore Imperium first. Yeah, we'll cap off Lore Imperium then. Abelard. What are you grabbing? Browse. And then... Ah yes, defensive stance. Alright, Adira. You... grab passive learning. And then we grab... Adrenaline Surge. I think. Yeah, I grab Adrenaline Surge. Oh. Hold up here. Passive learning. And then Adrenaline Surge. Here. I can go, let's see, Demolition Engineer. Yeah, I'll go Demolition Engineer. And we go more Demolition. Cassia. We grab Ebb and Flow. And here we finish off the Persuasion. Cool. And then we land. Alright. There are goods here to be had.
What is that?
Yeah. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vicari. Escort, please, come in. Pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's Teeth, I thought you'd never come. Abelard, teach this riffraff the proper way of addressing a sovereign. Abelard glares at the young woman. Or at the woman, his brow furrowing. Officer, the person before you is Zen von Valencius, a rogue traitor. Although you are from what I gather, although you are, from what I gather, a subject of another dynasty, you would do well to introduce yourself with the proper decorum. At once, sir. Captain Rykad Philia, servant of House Winterscale and the pilot of this shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting his lordship, von Valencius. Tell me about this, what happened here. There's been a prison riot on the planetoid, sadly. It is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anathigan Casteglia. He has allied himself with the rabble, and that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Rykad Philia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Yvain Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue traitor, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. He details, enunciating every word of her overlord's title. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to you, or to the warden personally, so he could put an end to this lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead, and I haven't been able to contact them over Vox for a very long time now. Yvain. One of his distant younger offspring, yes. That's as much as I know about him. Which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Eurac V on behalf of his father, rogue traitor Caligos Winterscale. The Great Regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means, whatever happened in this terrible, malodorous place, we must aid this man of noble blood. The warden himself is spearheading the riot? Yes. No one expected this. Master Casteglia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal of House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Rykad Philia was now his personal domain, that the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel? What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? It's a personal matter. Master Casteglia, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt. First Winterscale in memory, who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. He smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. Cassier frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Orcelio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrich von Kolix. He is here, perhaps? Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place. Is there anything else I should be apprised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. I have no more questions. You may excuse yourself, pilot. The woman freezes before hesitantly asking, Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't have ever dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation. In any case, have you been to the capital of Rykad Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. What's your relation? We are engaged. I have not yet been to Rykad Minoris, and know nothing of this officer's fate. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm. Thank you for your time, your lordship. He bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible.
Duty prevails.
We need to investigate.
Hey, your virtuousness. How are you doing?
I was born to wage war against darkness. I am always doing wonderfully when danger is near. The Emperor favors me today.
It's about time.
Stop! There!
Thanks, game.
My ears are ringing.
Alright, well, I guess I don't get that trap. And I have to go back to the ship now. Good old pause on finding a trap. Not pausing before stepping on the trap.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, let's try this again.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I have been ambushed.
None of them. I bring ruin.
Oh, and I have a really bad turn order here. Oh boy. Focus Abelard,
Brace
please.
yourself, Abelard.
Yadira. Biomancy, Abelard. As well as Forewarning, Abelard.
On it.
There is a chance we get the kill
Anything
here.
else? Be gone.
Good.
Show me what you've got.
Death to non-believers!
Just a minor setback.
God, they just keep kicking him.
Chaos guides me.
Alright, I shall buff Argenta.
Already done. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
Alright, Argenta, I need you to, blast these fools.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak eradicated.
Okay, and then Argenta has another turn here, where she can move up here.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Run and gun. Then you come up here. 42%.
This battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deed. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright.
Death to the weak. Out of my way.
Alright, Cassia. What are we doing here? I'm having you come up here. How's it going, Lycatic? Hope you are well. Cassia, I'll have you come over here, debuff this fool, and hopefully stun him.
Crush the feeble.
Adira, I'm going to request you come over here. And analyze the enemy. Before shrieking at it.
I serve the ruinous powers. High momentum.
Alright, I will come here. And I will Air of Authority. Oh, I can't Air of Authority. Them again? Rip. In that case, I shall do it to Abelard.
All too easy.
And then we come up here. Give Argenta another turn.
Doubt is for the weak.
We shotgun.
As the Emperor commands. I'll do it.
And then run and gun. Up to here. Actually, I'll go here. And then shotgun again.
Rejoice in battle. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Died to the bleed? Or impact or whatever? Yeah, impact damage. That's fine. Okay, and then I shall come up here and give Cassia another turn. Lidless gaze at him.
I am a navigator as duty demands.
Easy fight. Oh, there's still the Grenadier over there. Right. Kinda forgot about them.
Forge ahead!
Gonna be honest.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Am I able to get close enough? Yes.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
We reload. Abelard has done nothing this combat since he fell on his ass after getting kicked like 5 times. Can't even really blame him.
Emperor, give me strength.
Cassia comes up here.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
We concentrated fire.
Without deed, strike is a prayer.
There we go. So, Psychotic, I have to ask. What is your favorite, archetype in this game? Or archetype or whatever? Officer? Nice. Officer's fun.
Oh, come on.
Are you kidding me?
Victory awaits.
I had like an 80% chance. Fuck off, game. The joys of Grim Darkness mode. Otherwise, you like Argenta and Abelard? Adir is fun too. So, I think my favorite companions, not in terms of combat capability, but just like personality and having them around, are Abelard, Argenta, and Pascal. And I can't really say in which order. Adira's pretty close too. I haven't really played with too many of the other companions, to be honest. Cabella's okay.
Cass, tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
Usually a colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
Did I? Okay, I did succeed that. I wasn't sure. Yeah, the furthest I've been in the game is like 2 main planets in to Act 2. So, I still have a fair ways to go in the game.
Rise to the occasion.
I've lost a couple Grim Darkness playthroughs already. The first one was to the Heartless's quest, the final fight in Solomorn's quest, first quest, Act 2. I just misunderstood a couple of the things in the fight and ended up losing like half of my group before I could do anything. And yeah. You on your first Lex playthrough? Nice. Still on Rykad? Nice. And then my second failed Grim Darkness attempt was to Cinder on Footfall. The group of flamers with a bunch of shotguns and stuff. I low rolled on initiative and was a little clumped up compared to what I should have been. And a couple shotgunners came up and just blew up my party. I had like 3 people left before I could even make any actions at all. It was pain. No, not quite any actions at all. I had Cassia at the start. But she tried to stun as many people as possible, and it just did not work. Anyway, thank the throne, normal-looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man, with a gap-toothed smile, drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change, talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal, we're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. But, well, sitting it out really wasn't an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, you know, play along. That's all it was, play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance. We just want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. The lowborn speech is modeled with colors that conceal his true, darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies, and he is using his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? Ah, I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from Rykad Minors, debtors, gutter snipes. They are no one serious. Now, we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you where on Footfall Station, you know, Footfall, the only shipyard and the best market in all of Corona's expanse. Yes, so where on Footfall you can find some very serious business-minded people and how you can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods. What kind of very serious people? The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you ever heard of the Fellowship of the Void? It's one of the largest pirate alliances in the Expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it? Counterproductive? But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. And well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow, and I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such kinds of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. You were pirates? I came across a void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning to break you out. The old man grunts, huffs, and then makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come get us a long time ago, but they got tied up somewhere. Void Kraken's gullets with them. And in all this time, we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over your eye, or over you. It's just that we didn't want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Sure, no problem. Today, you tell us a little lie. Tomorrow, you stick a torpedo in our side from that ship of yours. It doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. I shall spare you. It's great to hear, your nobleness. Just great. Now there's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Now then, your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's this district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who called it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, Footfall. The Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there, built into the remains of an old ship, and in that bar, in the back room, a certain Ryza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Bachful says hello. You'll be her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your nobleness. We'll be going now if you don't mind. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the warden's henchmen. Go tell my pilot that it is the Lord Captain's order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. Thanks. We're most grateful, your nobleness. The old man glances at you somewhat skeptically, but then smiles and leaves.
Excellence matters.
I didn't mean to... That goes to cargo. There we go.
None shall stand in my way.
I'll better myself through my service.
Something of interest.
We don't need the diviner's staff. We'll take the rest. We get the faux hammer. Saturated cape. I will use the faux hammer instead of the well-maintained stub revolver. And for the saturated cape, Abelard, what are you wearing? This is probably fine. We build a bridge. And then we go get rid of Abelard's wound. Or injury, or whatever it's called. Kinda surprised at how much content I managed to get through today. I started this character, got through tutorial, Eurac V, and I'm going to be able to get through this as well.
It's about time.
Alright, let me adjust this here. Adira, you go in the back. I'm also in the back. There we go.
did fine. Victory awaits! I rise to the occasion.
He was killed by poison gas. I told you, Evie, they are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front of him. He leans over a prisoner, dressed in expensive clothing. Alright. It is time for ads. The ads play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. Makes for a great chance to get up, stretch, find food, go to the bathroom, that sort of thing. I shall be back in 3 minutes. Alright. The ads are finished, and we continue on. But Aurora, she's different. She spoke with me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he's not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin, metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have guests from the Von Valencia ship. I would wager, Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg you. It's important that you feel everything, including your other eye. Such dreadful shades. Cassia recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place, they are putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness and despair, pain and doom. I don't think I get anything from talking to this person, if I recall. I'm here to quell a riot by means far from diplomatic. The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to the Harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth, or become awash in blood.
I won't heed your cries of mercy. Surrender to the dark powers.
Adira is going first. I will let her go there. Argenta. I will throw you over here. Abelard. You can stay where you are. Cassia. You can come there. And I think it's just me. This should be fine, probably. Adira. Forewarning on Abelard.
Was that you? Or...
Iron Arm on Abelard.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Adira. I didn't need Abelard to be standing. Right side, you knocked over a guard. The downside is everything else. Okay.
Will do.
What are the odds she has another warp phenomenon go on here? Yep. 2 in a row. Why not?
Let's get to it.
Abelard, no!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Abelard's been so useless to me this game. Jesus, Argenta. Am I gonna lose here? Alright. Before I get too out of hand, I'll just heal her. And then I can go here.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak. That's why I was chosen. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That works.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, I can come over here.
Let's see.
Buff the hell out of Argenta.
Already done. Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
Alright, Argenta. I need you to
I'll do it.
come over here. And then you can
As the Emperor commands.
do that as well. I know killing him before you destroy these just makes him teleport, essentially. But whatever. Cassia! Do me a favor. Give Abelard a turn here.
You insist, Lord Captain.
So he can brace for impact, endure, and taunt. And then you can come around here and start doing damage to the lens.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me. Ah! Chaos guides me.
Fire at Abelard, please. Ow! Adira, come over here by yourself. So that if you do blow up again, it doesn't become an issue for everybody.
What is this foreboding?
3 for 3. 3 for 3.
Here we go. Who wants some more?
Help me, Lord Captain.
Alright, Argenta, come over here. Heal Cassia.
Guided by faith.
I can see bright colors again.
Come up here.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Hey, at least the Demonette is just some extra XP, you know? Yeah, I'm aware that happens. I don't care. Got rid of the Demonette. Got rid of another prisoner. We're fine.
Suits my purposes.
Voice of command on Cassia.
Nothing I can't do.
If I may.
Abelard, you get to endure. And then you can run over here. And taunt.
It will be done.
Alright. We come over here. And this hits 3 of them.
Be careful
with a
not
chance to
cross
stun.
my gaze.
Nope, no stun there. No stun there. That's fine.
Me?
Argenta, you can have another turn. Pull out the long lass.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Well, almost. We tried.
Death to the weak. Your blood will flow. Let's get to
Oh shit! The demonette's not dead.
Just a minor setback.
I thought it was. Oops. Alright, well, Argenta, you know your job.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Shotgun it.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
Doubt is for the weak.
Reload. We give Argenta another turn.
I'll do it.
I am unsatisfied.
Not a problem for me.
Yeah, this is fine.
My ears are ringing.
Alright, Abelard, come up
My
here.
place is at the fore.
Swing.
Reduced to dust. I will do
Come
my
up
duty.
here. Cassia. There's a lens over there.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Cool. We can finest hour on Argenta.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Set up the long lass here.
Rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds is worthless.
You missed a 95. Alright. Well, so be it.
out of my way. Out of my way.
Guided by faith.
Alright.
Nothing I
A
can't
voice of
do.
command on Argenta. We give her
Suits
another
my
turn.
purposes.
I've suffered worse. Indeed.
We endure.
Victory
And we
is
taunt.
imminent.
Alright, this manages to hit both the Warden and the Lens.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Still can't believe I spawned a Demonette. I can't believe everything that Adira did this entire combat just was a warp. Yeah. God. Sometimes, yeah.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, Argenta.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor...
There we go. Easy fight. Even if Adira tried to throw as hard as she could. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips and his voice is barely audible. But even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Vane Winterscale, off Cronus. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Eurac V, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume? The sacred child of House Orcelio. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I find myself not at my best. There's no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. What have they done to you? The Warden, my friend, I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Conserve your strength. You are wounded and need help. Wounded? I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? This was my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. It is either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you and that you are escorted from here. He nods, giving in to oblivion. And we got our profit factor. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valencius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in... Abelard trails off when he notices what you're looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be. Adira bites her lip too. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? Abelard is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself, and all at once they start pouring out in a hasty sputter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of the person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First, those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now, this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like? Adira's smile betrays her grief, but at the same time, is strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive, it was like her entire life was a race against fate, until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers, a dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person. You see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There's enough venom in Idira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the archenemy, a person who has tainted themselves, thus can never justify their actions? Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. It's too soon to cast accusations of heresy? Don't be naive. Theodora kept an unsanctioned witch by her side like a pet. Do you really believe she would think twice about crossing the line in other ways? Walk away from the device. And we continue looting. We take the noble sword. And I don't want the les pistol. Improved body glove. I'll take that.
I won't tolerate weakness.
We have goods up here to claim. And I do believe that is everything here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. Is Lord Winterscale alive? Is he alright? He is safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my shuttle. So ready the shuttle. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship. So ready the shuttle. Consider it done, your lordship. Thank you for the good news.
A new challenge for me?
Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine's spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you, do not take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Adira joins the channel and chimes in playfully. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folks have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The Technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated, or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factotum Janris Danric would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. Alright. I think that is a good stopping point for today. My throat is killing me from all the reading aloud. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. And, yeah. I shall continue with more Rogue Trader tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern US time. But thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit that follow button. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. Let me see if there is anybody who is live right now that I care to raid. No. There is nobody that I want to raid at the moment. Alright, have a wonderful day, everyone, and take care.